Okay. Good morning. We're now going on the record. The time is 10:02 a.m. and today is May 25th, 2021. Please turn off all cell phones or place them away from the microphones as they can interfere with our deposition audio. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is Media Unit 1 of the video recorded testimony of witness 52521 in the matter of independent investigation under New York State Executive Law, Section 63(8). This deposition is being held via video conference. My name is Dan Makem. I'm from the firm of Veritex Legal Solutions. I'll be the videographer. Our court reporter is Mr. Bill Visconti, also from Veritex Legal Solutions. I'm not authorized to administer an oath. I'm not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. All parties present here today their appearances will be noted on the written record, and our court reporter will now please swear in this witness.
Well, Mr. DesRosiers, you're still under oath from the prior deposition, so everything applies as last time.
Understood.
Okay.
Good morning, Jill. Thank you. Good morning, Jill. Thank you for meeting with us again today. We appreciate your time. As Bill said, you're under oath still, and the same rules that you and I talked about from day one apply to day two. Okay?
Yes.
Is there any reason you can't testify truthfully and fully today?
No.
And last time I had asked you to confirm that the only people in the room are you and your counsel, and the only people you're communicating with are you and your counsel. Is that still true?
Yes.
And between day one of your testimony and today, have you spoken to anyone about your testimony other than your lawyers?
No.
Okay. When we last met, we had talked about Caitlin. You remember?
Yes.
Did you communicate with her after she left the executive chamber?
I don't remember. I might have. I don't remember.
Did you become aware at some point that was writing supportive tweets on Twitter relating to Lindsey Boylan's allegations against Governor Cuomo?
Yes, I think I did. Yeah.
How did you become aware of tweets?
I believe Melissa told me at some point. I don't exactly remember when.
What else did Ms. DesRosiers say to you about tweets?
I think it was around when she was asking me what I could remember about her time in the chamber. That's not specific to the tweets, but I think that was the conversation.
Do you remember anything else you and Ms. DesRosiers discussed about?
I think that Melissa said that she had heard that Lindsey Boylan had started reaching out to folks who used to work in the chamber.
And would that outreach have included?
I think that's what she was wondering. I don't know.
Did Ms. DesRosiers ask you to reach out?
No.
Did she tell you if she was asking anyone else from the executive chamber, current or former staff, to reach out to?
No, I don't think she did.
Did you ever become aware that any current or former members of the executive chamber staff had reached out to after her tweet?
I did at some point, yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I believe that conversation was privileged.
Okay.
Okay, you can tell me who you spoke to. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
So
Yep.
who did you speak to about the outreach from current or former members of the executive chamber staff?
You can say who.
Okay. I believe Judy Mogul did tell me that she was reached out
And-
to.
That's nothing else about the conversation.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you remember when that conversation occurred?
That's okay.
I don't remember exactly when. I'm sorry.
Can you put it in time? Was it in 2020, 2021, March, April, February?
I don't exactly remember. I think maybe early 2021.
Was there anyone else involved in that conversation you had with Ms. Mogul?
No.
Other than the conversation with Ms. Mogul, did you speak to anyone after Caitlin's tweets about Caitlin?
I don't remember.
You don't remember who, or you don't remember any conversations?
I don't remember if I talked to anybody about that.
Do you have any knowledge about the governor being spoken to about his interactions with Caitlin?
No.
No one told you they had spoken to the governor about the New York Magazine article?
Not that I remember.
You had no conversations in which anyone implied or inferred that they had spoken to the governor about Caitlin?
I don't remember.
So the only conversations you recall after December of 2020 about Caitlin are the conversation with Ms. DeRosa, which was about people who left the executive chamber unhappily, and the conversation with Ms. Mogul as to which executive chamber has directed you to assert privilege. Is that right?
That's what I remember.
I want to talk about Charlotte Bennett now. Okay. Did you ever see any interaction between the governor and Miss Bennett that caused you concern?
No, not that I remember.
Did you ever see the governor touch Miss Bennett?
I think I've seen them take, photos with each other at like our staff functions.
Anything other than photos?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear the governor make jokes that had sexual content or sexual innuendo or of a sexual nature with Miss Bennett?
With Miss Bennett? No, I don't think I did.
With anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about the last time that I do remember him, making some of those types of jokes, but I don't remember him. I don't believe I've seen him do that with Miss Bennett.
Prior to June 9th of 2020, did anyone ever raise to you any concerns about the interactions between the governor and Miss Bennett?
Raised any concerns? No, not that I remember.
Any behavior?
I think
Okay,
we
go
talked last time about a text between Annabelle and I where we were talking about them in the office, which I wasn't there, but.
Maybe not concerns, but did anyone ever raise to your attention behavior that you thought was not potentially appropriate for the workplace that occurred between the governor and Miss Bennett?
I'm sorry, before June 9th?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Before June 9th.
Not that I remember.
You should still have access to your binder of materials.
Yep.
And let's look at what is in tab 27. And Lorena, I don't know, what exhibit number are we on?
That's exhibit 26.
Okay, let's mark this for now, exhibit 26, and Bill will make sure to get you the exhibits in order.
Okay.
Sorry, Counselor, will we be able to tilt that camera down a little bit when the witness is looking at documents she's off the screen?
How about we go off the record to just fix the camera for a moment?
Yes, okay,
Let's
we're
do
now
that.
off the record. The time is 10:17 a.m. Okay, we're now back on the record. The time is 10:20 a.m.
Jill, what's been marked as exhibit 26 is a text message between you, Annabelle Walsh, that occurs on the same day as the prior exhibit you just referred to between you and Miss Walsh. You see that document? We can't hear you.
Jill, you're on
Can you-
mute somehow or another.
Yeah, sorry, I unmuted it, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I see exhibit 26.
Who is,
The finance director on the governor's campaign.
and who is,
Her deputy on the campaign. He's a deputy on the campaign.
do they physically work at 633?
No.
How is it that they would be observing Charlotte's interactions on this day?
I don't know. It says Charlotte sounds like she's having fun, so perhaps they spoke on the phone.
Was Charlotte on this day working on campaign-related work?
I don't remember what she was working on.
But you remember that the governor insisted that Miss Walsh come into work that day.
I remember that Miss Walsh went into work, I think, because she felt like that's what he was implying. I don't know that he insisted it.
Did you ever speak to or Miss about the governor's interactions with Miss Bennett?
Other than this text?
Yes.
Not that I remember.
Do you have any understanding as to why they would have wanted to text you that Charlotte sounded like she was having a lot of fun?
I don't exactly remember what was going on that day. You know, we, as a matter of dealing with the schedule, dealt with a fair amount, and it sounded like from the other text with Annabelle, my interpretation was we were both angry and kind of felt the governor was being unfair. So saying it could be something that we would have, you know, my impression of the last interaction or the Annabelle exchange was that we were trying to talk to him about the schedule and he wouldn't talk to us. So that certainly could have been something that we mentioned to, who also could have been trying to get answers on the schedule from us. We were, you know, we dealt with her a fair amount. Why she would have texted us that, you know, it could have just been, you know, we were saying, you know, he was in a bad mood or being mean, and then it, you know, she could have been saying Charlotte was having fun, but.
Was the governor mean on occasions?
Yes.
Was the governor ever unfair to people on occasions?
Yes, we've felt like he was being unfair, yeah.
Are there occasions in which you thought the senior staff or the governor were treating Charlotte unfairly?
I mean, it was an intense, like, high pressure environment. So, you know, it's possible. I mean, the briefing book, which she was responsible for, like a lot of the things in the scheduling operation, you know, everything was changing all the time. And, you know, she did a very good job, but it was, you know, hard to, certainly, it could times could be unfair of what was kind of expected of them, sure.
Did you ever observe anyone in the chamber yelling at Miss Bennett?
Not not that I exactly remember, but it's certainly possible.
Did you ever yell at Miss Bennett?
I mean, yelling at people that wasn't necessarily my management style, but could I have possibly yelled at her? It's possible.
Did you ever yell at anybody else in the executive chamber or have an interaction that would be akin to what you described about how Mr. Rosa treated people in the executive chamber on occasion?
You know what? I certainly might have. I tried to make it the exception and really treat people with respect, but were there moments where I was under intense pressure where I yelled at people? It's possible. Yes.
It's possible, or you did?
Yes, I think I probably did.
All right, let's go back to Miss Bennett. So there's come a point at which Miss Bennett asked to speak to you about something that you eventually came to understand related to the governor.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that?
Sure. In June of 2020, did there come a time when Miss Bennett asked to speak to you about something you understood eventually, came to understand related to the governor?
In June of 2020 in Albany, Miss Bennett, stopped into my office to talk to me, yes.
Before she stopped into your office to talk to you, did she reach out to you in any way?
I don't remember. She might have, but my office in Albany, people do kind of walk by and say, "Can I grab you?" To I don't. She might have also done that, but.
When was that meeting?
I think it was June 10th.
Did you take notes of that meeting?
I didn't take notes while we were having the conversation, no.
Did you take notes after the meeting?
I think I later, when I was taking notes or writing down notes from a different meeting, jotted down what had happened in that meeting, but I didn't take notes at the time or even immediately after.
Is that second meeting you're referring to a meeting that occurred on June 30th between you, Miss Bennett, and Miss Mogul?
Yes.
Okay. Focusing on the meeting on June 10th, what happened in the meeting?
So Charlotte came to my office. It was a pretty brief conversation from what I remember. She told me that she had, I don't remember exactly how she worded it, but something along the lines of she had an exchange or an interaction with the governor that made her uncomfortable. She said that he had talked about being lonely, and she asked me for my help with not having to be in the staffing rotation with him any longer, which, she did the briefing book and then she also did the staffing rotation. I don't remember exactly what I said, but, I think I apologized for her feeling uncomfortable and said that I, would never want her to feel uncomfortable and that, she wouldn't have to be in the staffing rotation anymore. And that, I believe I brought this up, but that the last time she had come to see me she had talked about wanting to actually leave the briefing book job too. And I think I talked to her about whether, like following up on that last conversation, whether if she was not doing the staffing anymore, if this was a time that we should talk about moving to do something else and what that might be. She had expressed wanting to move into the health team previously, and they were, it was COVID, so they were definitely in need of people. And I think I remember telling her that I would have to, it was a brief conversation, but I think I remember telling her that I would have to, that I would get back to her quickly on both of those things, that she wouldn't have to staff him anymore, but that I also would get back to her about potential transfer to the health portfolio.
How long did the conversation last?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Describe Ms. Bennett's physical appearance during that meeting.
I don't really remember physical appearance. I mean,
Let me help you, Jill. Was she crying?
I don't remember her crying in that conversation.
Was she upset, visibly upset?
She seemed concerned, and her concern made me concerned.
Was she shaking?
I don't remember.
Do you remember anything else about what she said to you about her interaction with the governor that had made her uncomfortable, other than he said he was lonely?
We didn't get into many specifics in this conversation. I think she said something like their conversations had become really personal.
She tell you in what way they had become personal?
Not that I remember in that first conversation.
Can you remember anything else she told you about her interactions with the governor that had made her uncomfortable during this conversation?
Not that I remember from this first conversation.
Did you ask her any questions about what else had made her uncomfortable about her interactions with the governor?
I don't remember asking her detailed questions exactly about that.
Did you ask her?
Conversation. Yep.
Did you ask her general questions?
I don't think I did. I think I more asked her if she was okay, and those sorts of questions, like how was she doing?
Jill, I'm trying to understand. Ms. Bennett comes to you as the chief of staff of the governor's office and tells you she has had an interaction with the governor that has made her uncomfortable and she no longer believes she can staff him. And you don't ask her what happened. Why?
I have sensitive personnel conversations quite a bit. I usually do them, usually I'm more comfortable having those conversations with another person present. I intended after the conversation to immediately follow up with my supervisor and with the council, and expected to get advice on how to handle it, and also, what I wanted to make sure the appropriate conversation was happening with Charlotte. So the first conversation was brief. I didn't ask a ton of follow-up questions, but her even initial conversation to me raised my concern enough that I knew after that conversation that I needed to follow up with folks.
In that conversation, did you tell her that she was protected against retaliation for what she had told you?
I don't know that I specifically said that. I don't know that I said
Did
that.
Did you generally say anything about retaliation to her?
I told her I supported her and I would help her, but I don't think I talked about retaliation with her in that first conversation.
So you didn't talk about retaliation, but you told her that she wouldn't have to staff the governor anymore. Is that right?
Yes, I think I said that in the first conversation. Yep.
Did you tell her anything about whether she could report what had happened to her to the Government Office of Employee Relations?
I don't think I did in that first conversation.
Did you tell her anything about whether you viewed the conduct that she had described as inappropriate?
I remember apologizing to her, but I don't know if I just described the conduct. I don't remember that.
Why did you apologize to her?
She was a young woman who came to work for me, who said an interaction with the governor made her feel uncomfortable. So I wanted her to feel as supportive as possible. And I, said that I was sorry that something had happened that made her feel uncomfortable.
Were you surprised by what she told you?
Yeah, I think I was.
Why were you surprised?
I think I was just surprised. we were dealing with COVID. There was a lot going on. So it was, it was an unexpected conversation. I was surprised.
Did you believe her?
Yes.
And you said that you had an intention during that conversation to speak to your supervisor and counsel. Did you convey that intention to Ms. Bennett?
I conveyed that I needed to talk to a few folks. I don't know if I specified exactly who.
What was Miss Bennett's reaction to you telling her you had to talk to a few folks?
I don't remember her having a reaction to that. I mean, we discussed that I would circle back to her after I did that and that we would talk about next steps as far as the transfer, which was what we were talking about.
So you were conveying to Ms. Bennett that you needed to talk to a few folks about her transferring to the health policy team, not necessarily that you needed to talk to a few folks about the fact that she had an interaction with the governor that made her uncomfortable.
I don't remember, but I think I was referring to both.
Did she ask you not to speak to certain people?
I don't remember that. No, I don't remember her saying, specifying.
You said that you had previously had a conversation with Miss Bennett about her wanting to leave her briefing role. When was that conversation?
It was sometime in either late April or May. She had come by my office, it was during COVID, and she had talked about how she had been, kind of during COVID, folks had different roles or, were pitching in on different things. So I think she had been helping out the health team, but then also had some health related company that she had knew of from some previous job. And she was asking if it would be okay for her to pursue it with the health team and the economic development team. And then she had talked about how it was, something she was really interested in doing.
In that conversation in April or May of 2020, did she say anything about her interactions with the governor?
No, not that I remember.
Other than what you've already told us happened during the 10-minute conversation you had with Ms. Bennett on June 10th, do you remember anything else about that meeting?
Not that I can remember, but it was a pretty brief conversation.
What happens after the meeting?
So after the meeting, I reached out to both Melissa DeRosa and Judy Mogul pretty immediately. I don't know if we end up speaking immediately, but I, speak to them both, that day.
Anyone else you reached out to after the meeting with Ms. Bennett?
Not that I remember right away. At some later point, I reached out to the health team about, beginning the transfer. But that was
Okay.
after speaking to Melissa and Judy.
After the meeting, Ms. Bennett, when you reached out to Melissa DeRosa and Judy Mogul, did you speak to them together or separately?
First conversation was separately.
Okay, tell us about the conversation with Ms. DeRosa.
I called her up and relayed the conversation with Charlotte. I told her what Charlotte had told me, that the governor and her had an interaction that made her uncomfortable, that she had requested to not staff him anymore. I think I also told Melissa that, I had talked to Charlotte about potentially moving the health team, which is something she talked to me about before. I don't remember who I spoke to first, whether Melissa or Judy, but I certainly told Melissa it was including counsel, including Judy in the conversation.
What did Mr. Rosa say in this discussion?
I remember her also being surprised when she agreed that Charlotte wouldn't have to staff the governor, or that it was okay to tell Charlotte she didn't have to staff the governor any longer. I think she asked me if I had any more details, which I, told her the details that I did have, but that I was going to be speaking to Judy. That's what I remember from that first conversation.
In that conversation with Ms. DeRosa, you said she was surprised. What did she say that made you understand she was surprised?
Something like what?
Do you remember anything else she specifically said in that conversation, words she used?
Not that I remember. Sorry.
Was there any discussion about speaking to the governor?
I don't remember her saying that, no.
Did you get the impression that she would speak to the governor, or based on your experience in the chamber, did you understand she would speak to the governor?
Based on my experience in the chamber, it would certainly be something that I would have thought would have happened. But I think in the conversation, can't be sure, but I think she was going to talk to Judy, but I don't remember exactly.
Did you ever come to know that someone had spoken to the governor about Miss Bennett saying she had an uncomfortable interaction with him?
I think that was the only conversation I had with Melissa that was just the two of us about that, I think. I think the other conversations included Judy. So I don't know what.
Right, so to the extent that they included Judy and there was legal advice at the direction of Chamber Counsel, we've been directed to assert privilege on behalf of the Chamber.
Were you ever involved, and don't tell me the substance, but were you ever involved in communications related to Charlotte Bennett's allegation that the governor had made her uncomfortable with the governor?
No.
So you said, anything else you remember about this conversation, Mr. Rosa? For example, did you talk about whether Charlotte would tell anyone else?
No, I don't think we talked about that.
What happens next?
I also speak to Judy Mogul on the same topic. It was
Just at the
yep.
at the direction of the Chamber's counsel, we've been directed to assert the attorney-client privilege in connection with Jill's communications with Judy Mogul.
Okay. So on June 10th or somewhere thereabouts, you have a conversation with Ms. Mogul about the fact that Charlotte Bennett has said she had an uncomfortable interaction with the governor. Is that correct?
About the conversation with Charlotte Bennett, yes.
Yes. About the
And
conversation.
at the direction of Executive Chamber Counsel, you will not tell us what the substance of that conversation was. Is that correct?
That's correct. At the direction of Chamber Counsel, we've been directed to assert the attorney-client privilege of the Chamber.
Okay. So what happens after the conversation with Ms. Mogul?
From my end, I proceeded with working with Charlotte to transfer her over to the health to settle on a position and transfer her over to the health portfolio, which I think, I don't remember the exact timing, but I think, happened within a few days. I believe I circled back to Charlotte to let her know that she wouldn't need to staff the governor any longer, but also that she and I would work on coming up with a position or deciding on a position and a transition plan for her moving over to the health portfolio.
To your knowledge, between your first conversation with Ms. Bennett on June 10th and your conversation a few days later discussing her transfer to health policy team, was Goer alerted to Ms. Bennett's complaint?
I don't know.
Do you know if any investigation was done into Ms. Bennett's complaint?
I don't know.
Did anyone other than you between June 10th and June 30th speak to Ms. Bennett about her complaint?
I don't know.
Do you know if Ms. Mogul spoke to her between June 10th and June 30th?
I don't believe so.
Do you know if Ms. DesRosiers spoke to Ms. Bennett about the complaint between June 10th and June 30th?
I don't believe so.
Between June 10th and June 30th, do you know if anyone spoke to the governor about her complaint?
I believe there was a conversation.
Who was involved in that conversation?
I don't know for sure.
To the
To your
extent
understanding, who was involved in that conversation?
yeah, you can say who was involved if you know.
Okay. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I believe either Melissa or Judy or both.
And how did you come to that understanding?
You can,
Sorry.
yeah.
Okay.
You can, to the extent it was in a conversation with Judy Mogul, at the direction of Chamber Counsel, we've been directed to assert the attorney-client privilege of the Chamber.
So you can't answer that question.
No, I can't.
So between June 10th and the next discussion with Ms. Bennett about her transfer, what do you do to effectuate the transfer?
I reached out to who is the acting deputy. She was the assistant secretary for health at the time, but I think there wasn't a deputy secretary at the time. And I speak to her. She had already separately been working with Charlotte a little bit because Charlotte had been pitching in, and they had also discussed previously Charlotte coming to work for that portfolio in the chamber. She follows up separately with Charlotte about the position, I believe, and then circles back to me that they've come up with a position that could work. I believe I also reached out to Harold Moore and Lauren Grasso to let them know at some point that Charlotte would be moving, both from IT perspective and administrative perspective. At some point, Charlotte and I, and then the rest of the briefing team, at some point talk about her moving out of that team. So start to work on, what a transition plan for that team would be. And Charlotte, it did happen quickly, the move, so she was helpful as far as a matter of transition with, assisting the team while she was moving over. There wasn't a ton of briefings going on at that time for the briefing book, just because of what was happening during COVID, but she did assist with that, and then also with searching for a replacement.
When you spoke to, what did you tell her about why Charlotte was transferring?
I believe I told her that Charlotte, was looking for a different experience in the chamber, that she had done the briefing book for, a number, a year and a half, 2 years, and she was looking to join the health team, and that we wanted to be helpful.
Did you tell her anything else about what Ms. Bennett had told you about her interactions with the governor?
No, don't believe I did.
Did you discuss with at all why the transfer had to happen quickly?
I don't remember.
Did you discuss with any of Mr. Moore, Ms. Grasso, or the briefing team why Charlotte was transferring?
No, other than she was looking for a different experience in the chamber. I think I had that same explanation.
Was there any discussion with Mr. Moore, Ms. Grasso, or the briefing team about why it was happening so quickly?
Not that I remember.
What's the next conversation you recall with Ms. Bennett?
Ongoing, we were talking about her team, but transitioning one of her deputies into the senior briefer role and hiring a new person, and we were working on that. The next conversation, I believe, I had with Ms. Bennett in relation to this issue was on the 30th, when I asked if she would meet with me. And
Prior to the conversation on the 30th, did you and Ms. Bennett ever discuss what you had told Ms. DesRosiers about Ms. Bennett's need to transfer?
I don't think so.
You don't remember before the 30th ever discussing with Ms. Bennett any concerns she had about what you would say to Ms. DesRosiers?
I don't remember having that conversation.
Do you remember before June 30th, Ms. Bennett telling you that she did not want the governor to know what she had said because she was scared of him?
Prior to the 30th? I don't remember
Yes.
saying that. I don't remember saying that.
Between the 10th and the 30th, did you have any conversations with Ms. Bennett or about Ms. Bennett that you haven't told us about?
Prior to the conversation with Ms. Bennett on the 30th, on the day of the 30th, I spoke to who is another member of the operations team, who told me that he had been, I don't know if they were out or hanging out somewhere. A group of staff folks had gotten together the night earlier. I think it was the night earlier or 2 nights earlier. I think it was the night earlier. And that Charlotte had been upset or had gotten upset. They were all drinking, I think. and that she had said something, and this was words that stuck in my head, something like that the governor had been making moves. And I remember him saying making moves. I think I asked, what does that mean? And he just, I remember him just saying that she had, you know, gotten upset and had been talking about with a group, and I don't know beyond exactly who the group was, but that she had gotten upset and had talked about it with them. I think it was the night before.
How did this conversation with happen? Is this over the phone, text, email?
I think it was over the phone. I don't think it was in person, but I don't exactly remember.
Did he tell you who else was present for the conversation with Miss Bennett the night prior?
I don't remember him telling me exactly who, just that it was some of the younger staff.
Anyone else specifically, he said?
I don't remember him telling me who the group was.
Do you remember anything else about this conversation with?
It was also pretty brief, but I don't think I remember any. He didn't get into details either, other than the two things that I definitely remember was that he had said that she had gotten upset, and that, in his words, I don't know that he said she said this, but something about the governor making moves was how he put it to me.
So between June 10th and June 30th, other than this conversation with, and other than the conversations you described with Ms. Mogul and Ms. DesRosiers and about Ms. Bennett's transfer, did you have any other communications about Ms. Bennett's allegations against the governor or about Ms. Bennett?
Not that I remember.
Did you take any notes about Ms. Bennett between June 10th and the meeting on June 30th?
No.
And between June 10th and June 30th, to your knowledge, no one in the executive chamber asked Ms. Bennett what had made her uncomfortable about the interactions between her and the governor?
To my knowledge, no, not that I know of.
Did anyone else other than Ms. raise any to your attention the conversation Ms. Bennett had on the evening of June 29th about her experience with the governor?
I have a vague recollection that I'm not sure of, that Annabelle told me that something that he needed to talk to me about. I don't remember her knowing information firsthand, but I think I don't remember the sequence exactly, but I think she first tells me I had something to talk about. And
did you have any further communication with Ms. Walsh about what you needed to talk to you about?
um, I don't exactly remember.
So after comes to you, what happens next?
So next, I again reach out to Alyssa DeRosa and Judy Mogul to relay the conversation, and then we all get on the phone together. And then it was decided that Judy, along with me, since Charlotte had originally come to me, should meet with Charlotte.
And I'm going to assume if I ask you about what the substance was of your conversation with Mr. Rosa and Ms. Mogul, your counsel is going to say you've been directed by the executive chamber not to reveal that on the grounds of privilege. Is that right, Mary Beth?
That's correct.
Okay. So then what happens next?
So then I'm at the Capitol. Judy is working remotely. I reach out to Charlotte, I think via text message, to see if she can meet. She says yes. I think she was in the middle of like a meeting or a conference call or something. And eventually I walk over to, at this point she had moved to the health portfolio, so she's at a different side of the building. But at some point, after I think a few hours had gone by, I walk over to her side of the building where she's sitting and ask if now would be an okay time to meet. And then she walks with me back over to the other side of the building, back to my office.
So you physically went to her desk to go get her?
Yes.
Was it important that that meeting with Ms. Bennett and Ms. Mogul and you occur on that day?
Yes.
Why?
I was asked to try to get Charlotte and see if she would have the conversation today. I think the additional conversation had concerned folks, so she was at the Capitol, so I, was asked to go see if she could, make herself available to do it then.
Good. What's in your binder as tab 31, and we're going to mark this as the next exhibit.
Okay.
Hey, Jen, can I just interrupt for a moment?
Sure.
Can we plan on a break around 11:30, if that fits into your cadence?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are these the text messages between you and Ms. Bennett arranging the meeting between you, Ms. Bennett, and Ms. Mogul on the 30th of June, 2020?
I'm sorry, you said 31?
Yes, tab 31.
That's
No,
exhibit
these are
28.
Sorry, apologies. Exhibit 28. Thanks, Lorena.
So it's tab 28, but it's not exhibit 28, right?
No,
We'll fix the exhibit numbers, but it should say exhibit 28.
Okay.
Yes.
Then you can turn to exhibit 29. We'll mark this as the next exhibit.
Yep.
What are these?
These are notes that I took I didn't take them verbatim while the meeting was happening, because I was sitting in the office with Charlotte. I took them the next day, but these are my notes from the meeting.
You wrote these notes on July 1st, not on June 30th.
Right. I did not take notes while the meeting was happening, and then the meeting ended fairly late. So I remember having to leave the Capitol afterwards. So I believe the next morning when I came in, I did them, wrote these notes out.
Did you write them from memory, or did you have something to assist you?
I wrote these from memory.
During the meeting with Ms. Bennett on June 30th, was Ms. Mogul taking notes?
Yes, I believe she was. She was on the phone and we were in person, but she referred to her notes a few times in the meeting.
If you can please turn to what is in a new binder that you should have received sometime last night, and you can unseal it. I'm hopeful that it is not as sealed as the prior one was.
Open.
Great. If you could turn to what is marked as Exhibit 29A, which we'll mark as our next exhibit.
Okay.
After the first day of your testimony, we asked you to prepare a typed version of your handwritten notes. Is this the typed version of your handwritten notes?
Yes.
Is there anything that was in your handwritten notes that you couldn't decipher for purposes of preparing the typed notes?
Any of the cross-outs we just listed as cross-outs. I don't know what I had, but everything else I believe I deciphered.
Great. So for purposes of moving forward, I'm going to work off of the typewritten notes, but if any points you would like to refer to your handwritten notes, please do, okay?
Okay.
So if you can turn to what is page 5 of your typed notes. In these notes, CB refers to Miss Bennett, is that correct?
Yes.
And AC refers to Governor Andrew Cuomo, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your notes, it says AC came into office early one morning, 6 a.m.-ish. Is it 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And CB came in earlier to get him PPT. Is that PowerPoint?
Yes.
She was in pajamas, later said leggings and a sweatshirt. When you put in later said leggings and a sweatshirt, what did you mean by later?
I'm not sure because unfortunately I wasn't doing these from memory. She either corrected herself or Judy, who was leading the conversation, could have said you came in pajamas. I just don't remember.
So during this meeting, was Ms. Mogul asking Ms. Bennett questions?
Yes.
And describe the dynamic of the meeting. Was this mostly Ms. Bennett talking, or was she just Q&A responding to Ms. Mogul's prompts?
I think it was different at different points. I think for most of the beginning part of the meeting, Charlotte is just telling us the interactions and Judy's asking a few questions. And then at some point later on in the meeting, I think it's more Judy asking questions.
Let's go to page 7.
Okay.
On this page, you note that Ms. Bennett said that at some point of the discussion, the governor said loudly and repeatedly, "You were raped, you were raped, you were raped." Ms. Mogul asked if he had said it 3 times, and Ms. Bennett said more than 3. And if you turn to the next page at the top, it says, Ms. Bennett said it made her uncomfortable. Do you recall Ms. Bennett telling you that the governor saying you were raped 3 times had made her uncomfortable?
During this conversation, yes.
And then the notes say that Ms. Bennett said that she felt like he said that to get under her skin or get in her head. Do you see that?
I see that.
What did you understand that to mean?
I didn't really know what that meant. I think that's why Judy then asks her what she meant by that.
And what did she say? What do you remember her saying?
I remember her saying what I wrote down here, which is it didn't seem like there was any reason why he would have said that other than to unsettle her, and she definitely seemed unsettled by it.
When you say she seemed unsettled, what do you mean?
You know, I was there in person with her, so I think during even relaying that part, she was getting a little emotional. I think she was, you know, shaking a little bit.
And then if you look at the top of page 9, there are, in your handwritten notes, there are brackets. You see those? And there's something that has a question mark by it.
I'm sorry. I'm not catching it. Yeah.
What are the brackets for?
So, unfortunately, doing this from memory the next day, it's at the top of the bracket, it says timing. So I think I didn't know when exactly. I think some of what I've written down are conversations I remember happening, but they may not have happened exactly in this order. So timing, which is what's written above the bracket, is like, I don't remember if that happened then.
Okay, so these notes might not necessarily be in the chronological order in which the discussion between you, Ms. Bennett, and Ms. Mogul occurred.
Correct.
Okay. We turn to page 10 of the type notes.
Okay.
Ms. Bennett told you that the governor said that he wanted to be touched. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Bennett told you that the governor told her that he was lonely. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Bennett told you that the governor said he wanted to get on his motorcycle and ride to the mountains with a woman. Is that right?
Yes.
You look at page 11 of your type notes. Ms. Bennett is describing an interaction that occurs on the next day. And she told you that it felt like the governor was grooming her. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you understand that to mean?
I didn't exactly know, and I think at some point Judy asks her then what she means, and then fortunately I do not remember the exact order, so I don't know if that's somewhere else in this conversation.
What do you remember about her answer to that question? What did she mean by grooming?
I think she says something later like that he was having personal conversations with her and about some topics that she was uncomfortable with.
What did you understand her to be saying the governor was grooming her for?
I mean, I believe she was saying grooming is like for a relationship is what I understood her to mean.
A
grooming.
sexual relationship.
I don't know. She didn't say that, but
Did you understand her to mean grooming for something that was more than just a professional relationship?
yes.
You look at pages 11, Ms. Bennett told you that the governor repeated that he was lonely and wanted to get on his motorcycle and ride into the mountains with a woman, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on page 12, Ms. Bennett told you that the governor asked her who she was seeing. Is that right?
Yes.
You look on page 12, Ms. Bennett told you that the governor talked with her about the concept of monogamy. Is that right?
Yes.
And on that same page, Ms. Bennett told you that the governor asked her whether she knew if the people she was sleeping with were sleeping with other people. Is that right?
Yes.
In your notes on that same page, you wrote that Ms. Bennett said casually to you and Ms. Mogul that she didn't really. What did you mean by casually?
It was almost like an aside to the conversation that she was having about what the governor had talked about. She kind of just, stepped out of that conversation for a moment, said that, and then went kind of back to it. So I think that's what I meant by casually.
So not that there was something casual about her discussion with you, it was that it was an aside to the conversation she had with the governor. It's not something she said to the governor.
She said that to Judy and I, yes.
Okay. And then on page 12, your notes say that, page 13, your notes say that Ms. Bennett tells you that the governor again said he was lonely. Is that right?
Yes.
And on page 14, Ms. Bennett told you that the governor asked her to find him a girlfriend. Is that right?
Yes.
And on that same page, Ms. Bennett told you that the governor asked her what the age cutoff should be for someone who would be his girlfriend. And the governor jumped in and said, as long as they are over 22. Is that right?
Yes.
And on page 15, Ms. Bennett told you that she was taken aback by the answer because the governor knew she was 25. Is that right?
Yes, that's in my notes.
And again, on this page, but you recall that happened, not just in your notes. Ms. Bennett told you that.
Yes, she
Okay.
told us that.
And Ms. Bennett told you again that the governor was starting to groom her by these topics. Is that right?
Yes.
On page 15, you say, your notes say no good notes on how this conversation ended. What does that mean?
Again, unfortunately, I was doing them the next day. In the previous day, I had that, Melissa walked in and the conversation ended. I think I didn't, other than remembering the interactions, I didn't remember how she ended up leaving that office or leaving the conversation, she or he.
Okay. And so then on page 16, Ms. Bennett told you that she was concerned about this interaction with the governor. Is that right?
Yes.
And then on page 16, she told you that during that conversation, she was alone with the governor. Is that right?
Sorry, Jen, she was what with the governor?
Alone.
Okay.
Alone.
Yeah, I think in an earlier part of the interaction, she says she was there with somebody and then she stays back. So yeah, so she was alone.
Okay. If you turn to page 19, Ms. Bennett's describing an interaction she has with the governor on a different day. Is that correct?
Yeah, it starts, a different day starts on 18, but yeah, so 19, it's still that different day.
Okay. And Ms. Bennett told you that on this different day that the governor called her Daisy Dukes. Is that right?
Yes,
Did you understand who that is?
I know who that is, yes.
Who is that?
It's a character on the Dukes of Hazzard.
Who is famous for what?
For short shorts.
And then on page 20, Ms. Bennett told you that the governor told her that a tattoo that she wanted to get, she should have placed on her chest or on her butt. Is that right?
Yes.
And she, on page 21, Ms. Bennett told you that on June 10th, she had told you that her conversations with the governor had made her uncomfortable. That was true, right?
So this page, page 21, so yes to your question. I don't remember if this page, if she's telling us this, or if this was me writing down, like in the midst of writing notes. I don't know if I wrote down, because she talked about the 9th, if I wrote down the 10th or if she went back over that. I just don't remember.
Okay.
I remember her saying that she staffed him on the 9th and it didn't raise an alarm. And I don't know if when I was writing the notes, if I just wrote down the 10th and the 12th, or if she actually talked about that. I don't remember. But
on the 10th, she did tell you that her interaction with the governor had made her uncomfortable. That's true.
yes.
Okay. And if you turn to page 22, Ms. Mogul asked Ms. Bennett whether the governor had made any sexual advances or touched her. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Bennett said no.
Correct.
And in the notes, the next statement is Ms. Mogul saying, because you took control before anything could happen. You see that?
I see that.
Is this a verbatim of that dialogue between Ms. Bennett and Ms. Mogul?
I mean, it's not verbatim because I was doing it from my memory, but this is what I remember the interaction being.
Do you remember any other questions Ms. Mogul, or any statements Ms. Mogul made after Ms. Bennett had said that the governor had not made any sexual advances or touched her?
What do you mean? Sorry.
So to your memory, is there anything in between Charlotte saying no and Ms. Bennett saying, because you took control before anything could happen?
Oh, no, to my memory, no. Again, I wasn't doing it verbatim while we're having the conversation, but this is my memory of the conversation.
What did you understand Ms. Mogul to mean by before anything could happen?
I think, and I don't know, I think that Charlotte at some point had said something about taking control of the situation. So I think Judy was referring to that, but I believe what she's referring to when she asks that is before anything could happen, meaning any sort of sexual advances.
Okay. And then if you look at page 23, Ms. Bennett told you that on one occasion, the governor had asked her why she had worn her hair in a bun. Is that right?
Yes.
And the governor conveyed to her that he did not like it.
Yes.
And if you look on page 24, it reflects that Ms. Bennett told you that the governor said she had a push-up contest with the governor in the office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on page 25, it reflects that Ms. Mogul thanked Ms. Bennett and told her if she needed to talk to someone, there were resources available. There is EAP and counseling services that she can access. Is that right?
Yes.
What is EAP?
I don't remember what the acronym exactly states, but it's, I believe, the employee personnel, like counseling. I think it's the same thing as counseling services.
And what is your understanding of why Ms. Mogul was offering Ms. Bennett those services?
I don't really know. I mean, my guess is because she seemed upset.
Was she crying?
There was a point, at some point, she did cry. I don't remember which part of the conversation.
You said at some point she was shaking, is that right?
Yep, when she was describing the "you were raped" conversation.
Is there any other physical description you could offer of Ms. Bennett during this discussion?
No, not that I remember.
Did you offer her tissues?
Unfortunately, I don't think I had tissues. I think I offered her like a napkin or whatever I had in my office.
Other than what's in these notes, do you remember anything else that was said during that meeting?
I believe Judy also said that we would follow up with her. But no, I don't remember anything other than kind of what I've laid out here.
So at no point during this conversation did either you or Ms. Mogul tell Ms. Bennett that she could make her complaint to Goer. Is that right?
No, I don't believe that was discussed during this conversation.
And at no point during this conversation did either you or Ms. Mogul tell Ms. Bennett that she was protected from retaliation. Is that right?
I don't know if Judy said that or not. I didn't write it down, but I know we talked about being there to support her. But I don't know if that was said in this conversation, and I don't have it in my notes.
Do you think if that had been discussed, if Ms. Mogul had told her she was protected from retaliation, it would have been in these notes?
Yes.
Because that would have been an important thing to write down, right?
Yes.
When you came away from this conversation, did you have any reason to think that what Ms. Bennett had experienced with the governor was trivial?
No.
It was serious, wasn't it?
I was concerned, yes.
I think that we can take a break now, unless, Anne, you have conversations about these notes that you want to cover.
No, I'm good.
Okay. How long, Mary Beth and Helen, well, how long would you like to break? We can go off the record.
Sorry, Council, we're now off the record. The time is 11:39 a.m.
A half hour?
We're now back on the record. The time is 12:17 p.m.
So what happens after the conversation between you, Ms. Bennett, and Ms. Mogul on June 30th, 2020?
Charlotte leaves my office. I leave the Capitol. I believe Judy and I tried to reach Melissa together, but didn't connect. And I drive to where I was staying. I was up in Albany, but I was staying in our house.
And what happens next about Ms. Bennett?
The next day, Judy reaches out at some point and says that she did connect with Melissa.
To the extent that you're going to get into a conversation that you and Judy had, we've been directed by counsel for the chamber to assert the attorney-client privilege on behalf of the chamber.
At some point, Judy tells me that that she'd like me to join her for a follow-up conversation with Charlotte, which happens sometime around the evening of the 1st, because I remember I was on my way, I was driving home, so I was in the car for it.
I'm sorry, Jill, you said you remember you were driving where?
Driving to where I was staying. I think I said
Okay.
driving home, but yep, I was in my car.
If you could please turn to the second binder that you were provided with, in what is, Lorena will help me. Lorena, my tab is 78. What exhibit number is that for Jill?
That's 72.
Exhibit 72.
Is it 72 or tab 72?
Exhibit 72.
Okay, so we're not following going in order.
Thank you, Bill. Yep.
Got it.
Good. You have that document in front of you?
Yes.
The document is the Equal Employment Opportunity New York State Rights and Responsibilities Handbook for employees of the New York State agencies dated December 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
And when we previously met, we looked at two versions of this. One which you believed you must have seen before because it was dated 2011, and one which was dated 2020 that you didn't believe you had seen before. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. On the evening of June 30th, going into the meeting with Charlotte, before the meeting with Charlotte Bennett on the evening of July 1st, did you look at this document that's in this exhibit?
I did not.
At any time prior to June 30th, had you looked at this document?
Prior to June 30th, I believe at some point this was part of our annual training.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that the definition of sexual harassment contained in this handbook is incorrect?
Say that again?
Do you have any reason to believe that the definition of sexual harassment contained in this handbook is incorrect?
No.
And between June 10th and June 30th, you did not look at this handbook, is that right?
Did not look at the handbook. I was relying on Judy, who is a lawyer and certainly more trained and seasoned in issues related to this, to advise me and to review any materials that need to be reviewed.
What training do you understand Ms. Mogul has on sexual harassment law?
I don't know specifically, but she's been a practicing attorney for many years. And she's somebody I consulted with on, after Alfonso left, on issues related to employment in the chamber and issues related to staff.
Prior to June 10th, had you ever consulted with Ms. Mogul on an issue related to sexual harassment?
No.
All right. You can put that away and you can go back to your typed notes. How did the meeting with Miss Bennett happen the evening of July 1st?
I believe Judy called me, said Charlotte was asking for an update, and Judy then conferenced in Miss Bennett into the phone call. I don't know if the two of them had agreed on a time or not. I just don't remember, but.
Did you take handwritten notes during that July 1st meeting?
Similar to the last meeting, I did not take them while it was happening because I was driving, but I wasn't driving the first time, but I took them the next day when I got to the office.
So the handwritten notes that are contained regarding the July 1st meeting were prepared by you on July 2nd?
Yes.
And in the meeting between you, Ms. Mogul, and Ms. Bennett on July 1st, what happened?
Similar to the last meeting, Judy led the conversation. She, starts by saying that she wants to give Charlotte a follow-up, an update. She, similar to my notes, Charlotte, states that she was anxious and wanted to know what was going to happen. Judy then says to her that she's reviewed her notes, she's reviewed the handbook and the law, and that while the conversations they had were personal and uncomfortable, that most of the interactions they had were appropriate. And then once the conversations became uncomfortable, Charlotte took control of the situation, came to see me, and that I acted quickly to move her out of the situation and to do something else. And then she says to Charlotte, I remember her saying to Charlotte something along the lines of, and again, I wasn't taking them verbatim, that the conduct did not rise to the level of harassment and that no further inquiry it appears to be necessary. And then she asked Charlotte if she agrees.
Okay, let's pause there. So are you just looking at your notes reading, or do you remember these?
Sorry, I was reading my notes. I don't know if that was.
Okay, is there anything that you remember about that conversation on the evening of July 1st that is not reflected in your notes?
No, not that I remember. I believe that conversation was pretty brief.
During that conversation, your notes reflect that Ms. Mogul told Ms. Bennett that she was very familiar with the employee handbook. Is that right?
Yes. So, yes.
Do you know whether that's true?
I mean, I trust Judy, so I believed it to be true based on what she was saying.
Did you know that Ms. Mogul had requested the handbook the previous day?
No, not that I remember.
And when Ms. Mogul told Ms. Bennett that she reviewed the law, do you know what she reviewed?
No, I don't.
Ms. Mogul told Ms. Bennett that that most of her interactions with the governor were appropriate. Did you agree with that then?
I don't remember thinking about it then. Charlotte agreed with it. I think she was referring to over time, not just the specific interactions that were described that Charlotte came to us with.
I see. So you understood Ms. Mogul to be referring to the universe of interactions Ms. Bennett and the governor had during her time at the executive chamber.
That was my understanding of what she was referring to.
Did you believe that the interactions that Ms. Bennett had described to you on June 30th with the governor were appropriate?
No, I didn't think those were appropriate topics for him to be discussing with her.
I'm sorry, say it again, Jill, sorry.
I said, no, I didn't think some of those topics were appropriate for them to be discussing.
Thank you.
You just, when you restated it, you said some of those topics were not appropriate for them to be discussing. Were there topics that Ms. Bennett described to you during her interaction with you on the 30th of June that you thought were appropriate topics between her and the governor?
You know, she described in some of their initial meetings, you know, talking about enough is enough and being a survivor, and they have a conversation about it. That that to me, it seemed appropriate. She was sharing, kind of connecting her personal experience to our work, and he was talking to her about it as well.
Are there any other topics that Ms. Bennett conveyed to you during your discussion on the 30th that you thought were appropriate topics for discussion between her and the governor?
You know, when they were talking about her speech, you know, most of that conversation I thought was appropriate. I thought she initially had brought it up and was looking to his advice on it.
Anything else?
Not offhand.
During the meeting on July 1st, Ms. Mogul told Ms. Bennett that in her view, the conduct Ms. Bennett had described did not rise to the level of harassment. Did you agree with that conclusion?
I was relying on Judy, who again, I went to for advice and counsel on it. So I didn't unfortunately read the handbook at the time myself or review it. So I was relying on Judy, who I both trusted and thought would do the right thing and make the right assessment.
So is your position that you didn't have a view as to whether you agreed with her or not?
I didn't. I was trusting Judy.
After the July 1st meeting, did you have occasion to read the handbook?
I've recently read it, but no, I didn't at the time.
And by recently, do you mean with your lawyers?
Yes.
And do you have an understanding as to whether the way that Ms. Mogul handled Ms. Bennett's complaint was consistent with the requirements of the employee handbook?
Can you say that again?
Do you have an understanding as to whether the way Ms. Mogul handled Ms. Bennett's complaint is consistent with the requirements of the employee handbook?
I mean, I trusted Judy's evaluation of the situation and the facts that she was given. So, you know, I was trusting her to follow the handbook and what she was supposed to do.
Understood. But do you have a view as to whether the way Ms. Mogul handled Ms. Bennett's complaint is consistent with the requirements of the employee handbook?
I just want to ask, are you asking for her legal conclusion of whether or not the facts support a legal conclusion of sexual harassment?
No, she's not a lawyer, so I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. You've had time to look at the employee handbook. Do you think that the way Ms. Mogul handled Ms. Bennett's complaint is consistent with the requirements of that handbook?
I wasn't making an assessment about whether this was harassment or not. Having reviewed the most recent handbook, which I had not reviewed at the time, you know, if the determination was made about the complaint, it does appear that the handbook is specific potentially about going to goer, but it also seems like it also says go to your supervisor. So there are some, even in how it's written, having reviewed it recently, some inconsistencies in the language in it. But again, another reason at the time, you know, I didn't review the handbook, but I was relying on Judy because I didn't want to make those determinations.
Ms. Bennett's complaint was not referred to goer, correct?
I don't believe so.
Ms. Bennett's complaint was not investigated. Is that correct?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, did anyone speak to any witnesses about Ms. Bennett's complaint?
I don't know.
So you don't know if Ms. Bennett's complaint was investigated?
I don't. Judy was taking the lead on Ms. Bennett's complaint, but I don't know.
If there had been an investigation of Ms. Bennett's complaint as the chief of staff to the governor, wouldn't you have been informed of that?
I was relying on Judy and Melissa, who I had raised the issue to handle the complaint and to do the right thing as I trusted them. So is it, you know, did I expect that they would circle back to me about the exact steps? No, not necessarily, but I did trust both of them that they were going to follow through and do the right thing. And I know Judy was taking the lead on that. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly which steps she took.
Okay, so neither Ms. Mogul nor Ms. DeRosa told you that they were investigating Ms. Bennett's complaint. Is that correct?
I mean, Judy was doing follow-up on the complaint.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent that you can answer that question as to did Melissa tell you what steps she was taking or that she was investigating the complaint?
Melissa did not tell me she was investigating the complaint. And my understanding was Judy was the lead on dealing with the complaint.
And you just said that you believe that Ms. Mogul and Ms. DeRosa would do the right thing. What was the thing that you expected them to do? What was the right thing?
Follow through on Charlotte's complaint in a way that was responsive to how it was should appropriately be handled by the rules that we are governed by.
So you expected them to follow what was in the handbook?
Yes.
And
For any other,
on the,
yeah.
did you have any other occasions on which you know that Ms. DeRosa had followed through on a complaint that had been made or done the right thing with respect to a complaint?
I can't think of a specific complaint that I know of that came to Melissa that.
Well, you also told us that you previously had told Ms. DeRosa on occasions that she had been mean to coworkers. That's right?
Yes.
And you told us that when you did that, her behavior might change temporarily, but that it would reoccur, meaning she would be mean again, right?
Yes. I think I
Given
also
that
said it
Mr.
wasn't all the time. Yep.
I'm sorry.
But given
I'm
that
sorry.
Ms. DeRosa,
Hold on.
yep, sorry about that.
What was the rest of your answer, Jill?
Yes, why don't you finish your answer?
I think I also said, yes, she had occasion where she was mean to a coworker. Did I think that it was all the time? No.
And given that you had raised an issue about behavior to Ms. DeRosa's attention and that she had not stopped the negative behavior, what gave you confidence that she would do the right thing in this situation?
I trusted her as a coworker.
Did Ms. DeRosa ever tell you that you should tell Ms. Bennett she would not be retaliated against?
I don't think so.
And
Jen,
Ms.
can I ask you a
Bennett had
question?
told you, yes, go ahead, Jim.
Sorry, sorry, I was had my video off. Good to see you. Based on your interactions with Melissa DeRosa, did you think that she would do the right thing in connection with Charlotte Bennett's allegations, even if that could harm the governor?
Yes. And I think she was also relying on Judy as the lawyer to advise on what we needed to do, but yes.
Yes, you did think that based on your interactions with Melissa DeRosa, she would do the right thing for Charlotte Bennett, even if that could harm the governor.
Yes.
Okay. What
That's why I went.
interactions with Melissa DeRosa made you believe that?
I worked with Melissa very closely. Like, she was a defender of him, but she would also, privately, tell him when he had done something wrong or, would be critical.
Can you give us an example of that?
I think we talked before about, the staff, particularly the operations staff being the kind of regular, receivers of some really harsh critiques from the governor, and she would, defend us to him.
Would defending you to the governor harm the governor?
Point out that he was being wrong or unfair.
Any other examples?
I'm sorry, I can't think of another specific example.
Did you expect Melissa DeRosa to ask the governor whether he in fact said these things to Charlotte Bennett?
I expected Melissa and or Judy to speak to him, yes.
And to ask him whether he had said these things to Charlotte Bennett?
Yes, expected that would be part of the conversation.
And then what in your view would be the right thing to do if he in fact had said those things to Charlotte Bennett?
You know, I wasn't making a legal determination on whether or not this behavior was in the handbook. I honestly, I don't know that I could answer that, but I expect that Judy would have a assessment of that. What I did was, when Charlotte asked to be moved off an assignment, I did that immediately because that was what she was asking for.
I wasn't asking about your legal opinion. What did you think was the right thing to do if in fact the governor had said those things to Charlotte Bennett?
No, I understood that you weren't asking for my legal opinion, but I think specifically in this matter, I was relying on Judy specifically to determine that. So
You testified that you expected Melissa DeRosa to do the right thing, right?
yes, that's my supervisor, yes.
Okay, so and so you had an expectation that she would do, well, what did you mean by the right thing? Did you mean that in a purely legal sense?
I mean, handle the complaint appropriately and, you know, mostly make sure Charlotte was taken care of, but also handle the complaint appropriately. So that is what I meant by the right thing. Now, I said Judy and Melissa because those are the two people that I raised the concern to as escalating up the issue. I don't know, obviously Melissa's not a lawyer, so she wasn't making a legal determination.
Right, so you didn't mean the right thing in a purely legal sense of sexual harassment or not, correct?
I don't understand the question, but.
The question is, when you said you expected Melissa DeRosa to do the right thing, you meant the right thing beyond just what's legally required, correct? Because you're not a lawyer, Melissa DeRosa is not a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
So separate from the legal requirement, what did you expect Melissa DeRosa to do if in fact the governor had said those things that Charlotte Bennett said to you, the governor said to her? What was your expectation about the right thing? Because you said you relied on Melissa DeRosa to do the right thing.
Yep. I mean, my expectation was that Charlotte would be treated with respect and listened to and believed, and that, again, from the legal perspective, that Judy would figure out what steps needed to be taken moving forward and follow through as she was the lead on the issue.
Do you believe, based on your observations, that Charlotte Bennett has been treated with respect?
I believe in my personal interactions with Charlotte, I try to treat her with respect throughout this whole process, yes.
No, in the way she has been treated by the executive chamber Melissa DeRosa and the governor? Is it your view that she has been treated with respect?
What I can say, which is my time when I was in the chamber with Charlotte, I believe that she was.
I'm asking you now, sitting here today, based on what you know.
I'm sorry, June, it's Helen Cantwell. That's just, I'm not trying to interrupt, but I think if you could clarify that question a little bit or be a little bit more specific, that just might be helpful.
Are you aware that the governor has said in public statements that he was he had a mentoring relationship with Charlotte Bennett?
I believe I heard him say that, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with what Charlotte Bennett described to you, the things that the governor said to her?
I think separate from the things he said to her in these interactions, I believe she did say that she considered him a friend and a mentor.
So sitting here today, in response to allegations made by Charlotte Bennett, to respond by saying that you had a mentoring relationship with someone who made those types of allegations, is that, in your view, treating Charlotte Bennett with respect?
I think, and I don't know what he was referring to, I think he was referring to some of the interactions they had, which she had also referred to too, but honestly, I don't know. So did I think that that particular statement was disrespectful? No.
You don't.
Did I think it categorized all of their interactions? No.
When you said Melissa DeRosa would do the right thing, that included describing other aspects of the relationship and not addressing at all the allegations. Was that sort of part of what you had expected in terms of the right thing Melissa DeRosa would do?
I'm sorry, but I don't really fully understand the question.
How about the statement? I'll take that back. You've read or heard the governor has also said that allegations being made by people, some of them are motivated by publicity or getting public interest. Have you seen those types of statements?
I have.
In your opinion, is that treating with respect people like Charlotte Bennett who have made those allegations?
I don't know who he was referring to when he said that, but no.
So I'm just trying to understand, what is it that you expected Melissa DeRosa would do when you said that you expected her to do the right thing?
I mean, I think what I described to you, which is that Charlotte would be treated, that she would be believed, she would be treated with respect, and that Judy would determine what legally and other steps we had to do. And at the time when I was there, before I went on leave, Charlotte seemed to agree with the outcome. When I was referring to what I thought Melissa would do the right thing or Judy would do the right thing, I was referring to that. I think there's been, to your question, certainly some statements from the governor in the press about these allegations. I've seen some of them, I haven't, and unfortunately, I'm not. I'm just not in the day-to-day of it. I'm on leave, but you know, I thought that they would. When I went to my supervisor and went to the legal counsel, I thought that they would handle her complaint respectfully and follow through with what they were supposed to do based on the law. And that's what I meant by saying I thought they'd do the right thing.
And you said you would expect those allegations to be believed and the right thing done. Did that in your mind include asking the governor whether or not he had in fact said those things to her?
It's not part of discussions about what would happen next, but if you're asking me what I personally would have thought, then yes, I would expect that they would have had a conversation with the governor about, or someone would have had a conversation with the governor about what Charlotte had said, yes.
And did you ask anyone, whether anyone had that conversation with the governor?
I think I did have some follow-up conversations with Judy. I don't believe I'm able to get into the specifics of how it was followed through on.
That's right. To the extent that you had discussions with Judy, the Chamber's counsel has directed us to assert the privilege on behalf of the chamber.
Did you ever learn from anyone other than Judy Mogul whether or not the governor was asked about the allegations made by Charlotte Bennett?
No, I don't believe I did.
Jen,
Doing the right. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We're all taking turns here. Are you aware of any actions other than anything Judy told you taken in response to the concerns raised by Charlotte Bennett other than transferring Charlotte Bennett?
Can I have a second? I just have I have a privilege question. I just don't know.
Yeah, we'll just take a second
Why
for,
don't go on mute and you can
Yeah,
resolve it.
okay.
Sorry.
Correct privilege. That's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yep. I mean, so my understanding, as far as actions taken other than transferring Charlotte, there was a discussion about staffing in the governor, and to avoid having just one person staff him at a time, having it be, to the extent that we could, having it be multiple people with staffing him.
Who did you have that discussion with?
So to the extent that that discussion was with legal counsel, on direction of Chamber Counsel, we've been directed to assert the attorney-client privilege.
Were any steps taken to make sure that no one was ever staffing the governor alone after that?
For my part, there are many different folks who do staffing. For my part, I did try to, if there were specific kind of staffing assignments or a staffing plan, I did try to make sure that I didn't always previously review them, but review and just, to the extent that I could catch, or if there was a situation where there would be, I tried to make sure that there were two people. Again, I wasn't always responsible for staffing, but if I was involved, I did try to make sure that that was the case.
And were you concerned that if you didn't take steps such as that the governor might make inappropriate comments to other women?
The goal was to avoid that possibility.
Did you think the only way to control the governor's conduct was to limit his opportunity to engage in such conduct?
Did I think that? No, but I think it was a step that could be taken to, further make sure that didn't happen.
And did anyone take any steps that you are aware of to determine whether or not the governor had made similar inappropriate comments or engaged in inappropriate conduct toward any other women?
Not that I know of.
To your knowledge, after Ms. Bennett came forward with her allegations, did anyone talk to the other briefers to find out if they had had any encounters with the governor that made them uncomfortable?
Not that I know of.
After Ms. Bennett came forward, did anyone speak to any of the other executive assistants to see if they had any encounters with the governor that made them uncomfortable?
Not that I know of.
Okay, Jen, back to you, Jen.
Other than revising the staffing protocols for the governor, were there any steps taken to counsel the governor about his conduct?
I don't know.
And if you look at
Judy was handling any of that kind of follow-up.
If you go back to your notes in the meeting with Ms. Bennett on the 1st of July, Ms. Bennett told you and Ms. Mogul, after Ms. Mogul had told her that her complaint did not rise to the level of harassment and no further inquiry appeared to be necessary at the time, that it was a relief and she was worried that Andrew Cuomo would be mad and that he was a powerful person. Is that right?
She said that.
And you said that Ms. Bennett agreed with the actions that were being taken. Did you understand that her agreement was in part based upon being afraid of the governor?
No, that wasn't my understanding, but.
What was your understanding as to why she was telling you she was afraid of the governor?
That's why she was anxious, but that she also agreed with what Judy was saying.
She didn't want an inquiry to happen because she was afraid of the governor. Isn't that right?
I mean, she did say she didn't want an inquiry to happen. she did not say specifically it was because she was afraid of the governor that I remember.
But in your notes, as soon as Ms. Mogul told her that there would be no inquiry, her response was to tell you that she was in essence afraid of the governor. Isn't that right?
She says that she would be worried you'd be mad and that he's a powerful person.
In direct response to being told there would be no inquiry. That's correct, right?
That is what she said, yes.
What did you do to assuage Ms. Bennett's concerns about the governor being potentially mad and being a powerful person?
You know, continue to try to support Charlotte. You know, I wasn't leading this conversation. I was a part of it, but I think both Judy and I tried to support her in her, you know, coming forward to us.
What did you or Ms. Mogul do to assuage her concerns that the governor would be mad?
I mean, Judy certainly told her at some point of the conversation that we wanted her to be successful. There'd be nothing, you know, in the chamber that would hold her back from being successful, and that we supported her. And
Where is that in your notes?
If you go to page 30 at the bottom, she says, good, we want you to be successful, and there's nothing here that would hold you back, and no one can retaliate against you for what you told us today.
And did you include the governor in that? Did you tell her she'd be protected against the governor?
I don't think we specified him, but we did say no one, so I think he would be included in that.
Ms. Mogul told Ms. Bennett that she was courageous. Did you agree with that?
Yes.
Why was she courageous?
Because it's a hard thing to come forward and have these conversations, to have raised a concern, and I think that was courageous.
To raise a concern against the governor.
To raise a concern against the governor or anybody. It's, you know, she came forward, and that's a hard thing to do. It's not a big office, and, you know, I thought she was incredibly strong for doing that.
Ms. Mogul told Ms. Bennett that if she wanted to remain on the briefing team, that something could be worked out so she could do that comfortably. What did you understand that to mean?
I understood that to mean that that she wanted to make sure that that Charlotte was, you know, we had transitioned her into a new position. I think she wanted to make sure that if her previous position was still something that she wanted to do, that if, as she previously had said to me, that she wanted to move off of staffing because she was interacting with the governor, that if she still wanted to remain on the briefing team, that it would somehow work out, and didn't get into details, but so that they didn't interact. And on the briefing book, that portion of her job, there probably wasn't a ton of interaction between the two of them, but I think Judy was referring to that. She wasn't a part of the conversation where I had initially talked to Charlotte about moving over to the health team. So I think she wanted to make sure that she didn't still want to remain on the briefing team.
So the idea was that if she wanted to remain on the briefing team, you and Ms. Mogul would arrange it so that she would not have to interact with the governor. Is that right?
I believe that that's what she was referring to, because Charlotte had previously said the staffing situation where she would interact with them made her uncomfortable. On the briefing book, just the way that team operates, they wouldn't have necessarily had to interact, but I think Judy's referring to if she wanted to stay doing that, we would try to adjust to make sure that that didn't happen if that's what.
After the conclusion of this meeting with Ms. Bennett, what happens?
After the conclusion of this meeting with Ms. Bennett, the next day I wrote out my notes. And Judy picked them up at some point from me. And, Judy was taking the lead on any follow-up that happened after this meeting.
Ms. Mogul picked up your handwritten notes from you?
At some point, not right away, because I did them the next day, but at some point in July, she did, yes.
And other than the conversations you described for us, well, actually, I don't think you've described them. So what's your next interaction about Ms. Bennett after Ms. Mogul picks up the note?
I think I had a couple of follow-up conversations with Judy, some of which discussed the action that I described earlier on.
So to the extent that you had discussions with Ms. Mogul about Charlotte Bennett, the chamber has advised us that we are to assert the attorney-client privilege of the chamber.
Okay.
So you can talk about any actions that you took.
Okay. We talked about staffing. At some point in later into the fall, and Charlotte, and I don't know, I don't remember exactly the timeline, but she was helping us transition the new member of the briefing team in a little bit. That may have all happened before the 30th. I just don't remember. I tried to check in with her. We weren't working closely anymore when she moved over to the health team, but I tried to check in with her every once in a while. I think she had some in the fall, and she had been out for a period of time, and then later in the fall, she came to see me about wanting to leave the chamber entirely.
Okay, so before the conversation about her leaving, actually the question I had asked you is about communications you had or discussions you had with others about Ms. Bennett. So put aside Ms. Mogul, I understand you cannot convey to us the substance of your discussions with Ms. Mogul. Do you have communications with anyone else about Ms. Bennett?
Not that I remember a conversation that didn't include Judy, yeah.
The conversations with Judy, did they include other people?
There may have been a conversation that included Melissa as well.
Did any of those conversations about Ms. Bennett with Ms. Mogul include Mr. Azzopardi?
Not that I remember.
Was there any discussion you were involved in about whether Miss Bennett would disclose her complaint to others?
Yes, I think there was a conversation.
Other than with,
Was that
Other than with
Legal
Judy,
counsel?
other than with Judy, I don't know that there was. That I was a part of, but
did you do anything to ensure that Miss Bennett would not disclose her complaint to anyone else?
no.
Then you said in the fall, Miss Bennett tells you she's leaving. Tell us what happened.
She reached out to me to meet. I think she had at some point working with the health portfolio. She had was spending more time downstate, like where she was originally based out of the New York City office. So at some day when I was in New York City, she came to see me and told me that she was going to be leaving the chamber. She had talked about maybe going to grad school. She'd asked me about the mechanics of how it worked with her, like leave and vacation time and all of that, which, you know, I told her who to connect with on that. And she, I think I asked her, if, because she was just starting to apply to grad school, and I think she was going to take some time in between. I think I asked her, because it was around when we were talking about creating this, she was going to go to grad school for public health corps. I think I talked to her about, which didn't end up launching until much later, but we were going to launch this public health corps, and I asked her if it'd be something she'd be interested in doing while she was waiting to go to grad school. She wasn't. Wasn't a long conversation, but we kind of settled on she was looking to, it hadn't really worked out with the health portfolio in a way she wanted or she expected, and that she was planning on essentially giving them her 2 weeks notice, and then trying to figure out if she had like vacation time or anything like that that she could also use up.
Prior to this conversation with Miss Bennett, did you know she was going to tell you she was planning to leave?
I think I had heard that she was thinking of leaving, but hadn't heard from her directly.
Did you discuss the fact that Charlotte might be leaving with anyone in the executive chamber before you spoke to her?
I think at some point Lauren Grasso told me that she heard, I don't know if she heard from Charlotte, but she heard Charlotte might be leaving. I think I assumed that was why she was coming to talk to me, but I didn't know for sure. Trying to think if there's anybody else. I probably had a conversation with Judy about it as well.
And the topic of the conversation with Judy, not the substance, was what?
I think that I don't know that I talked to her before the meeting or if I just talked to her after to talk about the topic of which of what Charlotte had just told me about leaving the chamber.
Okay. And during your conversation with Ms. Bennett, where she told you she was leaving, did she tell you why?
I remember her telling me that she wanted to go to grad school and that it hadn't worked out, or that she wasn't. I remember her saying that it didn't really work out with the health portfolio once she left, because they were a new team and she wasn't as included in like things she thought she would be included in, and that, you know, she was ready to leave. That's what I remember from the conversation.
Did she mention the governor in that conversation?
I don't know that she did.
Did you take notes
I
of
don't
that
remember.
conversation?
I didn't take notes from that conversation. She also asked
Ms.
if I
Bennett-
would write. She also asked if I would write her a letter of recommendation for graduate school, which I said I would be happy to.
If Ms. Bennett says that she did discuss the governor during that conversation, are you saying she's not telling the truth?
I'm saying I don't remember her doing that, but I'm trying to remember as much of the conversation as I can. I don't remember her doing that. I'm not saying she's not telling the truth.
Why did you go to Judy after, or in relation to this conversation?
Why did I go to Judy?
Mm-hmm.
To inform her that Charlotte was leaving, to make sure that she knew. I think I
What
also
actions?
I think I also said to Judy that she had asked me to write a letter of recommendation, and that, you know, I was inclined to do it, which Judy said, great.
After your conversation with Ms. Mogul, what steps did you take in relation to Charlotte Bennett leaving the executive chamber?
I don't remember if I had just told Charlotte to reach out to in the administrative office, or if I had connected her. But there was the conversation about her last day and her time and her insurance and things like that. So at some point, I think I just connected her. I don't know if I connected her or just told her to reach out to, but at some point she added me to that. It was an email exchange, and she closed the loop on what her last day would be and what her last day on, you know, using up her vacation time would be, her last day in the office versus her actual formal last day. At some point, who was her supervisor at the time, reached out to me or sent me an email that she had sent to him about what her last day would be. She's asking if I knew about it and was okay, which I had said, I think yes. And at some point later, she then, I think, decided that at some point she changed her last day, because I don't know if she had gotten a new job or if she just decided not to use up her, I think she had gotten a new job, so then that timing got updated.
Did you communicate with anyone else other than Ms. Mogul and about Ms. Bennett leaving her role?
I think I probably told Melissa. I don't know if I told Lauren Grasso that it was confirmed, or if Charlotte. I think that's who I had Charlotte follow up with on the timing, so she might have gotten to her first. I think I probably told Annabelle as her, Annabelle's already gone, so I don't actually think I told them. I don't remember if I did or not. Because Annabelle left in August. I don't remember who else I told, but I did tell a number of folks that she was leaving.
What'd you say to Ms. DeRosa?
I think I said to her that Charlotte had come to see me, that she told me she was leaving the chamber. I think that I probably referenced that she had with her in the office because it was unique. She had brought what she called, I think, a with her. And I think it was a brief conversation, but I think I just told her she was leaving. And I think I probably also told her that Charlotte had asked me to write a recommendation, which I was going to do. That was kind of, I believe that was.
What did Mr. Rosa say?
Or she asked me about. I don't remember what else she said. I don't remember it being a long conversation either. I remember it was mostly just me telling her that was happening.
What did she say about?
She just asked me, like, what did that mean? And I just described what Charlotte described to me, which is she had just got, she, brought it around with her. So, and she asked me what, I don't know that well, but I think I even forgot what it was.
Did you discuss with Ms. DeRosa anything about whether Charlotte might tell other people about her interactions with the governor?
Yeah, we might have in that conversation. She might have said something to me about, I wonder if she will. And I think I remember saying, she might.
Was anything else said about what to do about the fact that Charlotte might tell other people about her experience with the governor?
No.
Was there any discussion about offering Charlotte a new role because she had made allegations against the governor?
No, I think I had mentioned to you that I had in that conversation, because she was talking to me about public health and we were in the midst of doing this public health core, that I had talked to her about it, but that wasn't a conversation I had with anybody else.
Did you offer that role to Ms. Bennett because she had made allegations against the governor?
No, I offered that role because she talked about leaving. At first, she talked about not having another job right away and applying to grad school for public health. And I honestly thought that it would be something that would kind of fit with what she was doing.
Did you talk to about Ms. Bennett leaving the executive chamber?
I might have, but at that point, had already left as well. So I don't know. I might have.
Why don't you turn to Exhibit 33?
Sorry, in that old book.
In the old book, yeah.
Okay.
Just refresh your recollection about what you discussed about Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Okay, what did you discuss about Ms. Bennett?
So, and this is prior, I believe, to Ms. Bennett telling me that she was leaving, but who was the DepSec for Health? There was a concern that had been raised, not related to Charlotte, where one of the folks at the Department of Health had heard him call somebody in the chamber a bitch, and Judy and I believe Beth at the time were following up on that, but then I think the conversation was wanting to ask if she had had any negative interactions with, and then also because Charlotte had worked with her, asking Charlotte also, having Charlotte, because they worked, when transitioning overlapped, if have a conversation with Charlotte about it as well.
To make sure I understand. Been accused of calling someone in the executive chamber a bitch, right?
There was a rumor at first that he had called Melissa a bitch. That didn't come from anybody in the chamber, but that I don't even know who it was. I think Melissa had heard, and that it was ended up being a conversation that someone at DOH, the exec dep at the time, had heard him say after some phone call, and there was a conversation. So this conversation was, I had a conversation with, I don't even know if I did. The conversation was asking if she would speak to Charlotte to find out if Charlotte had any negative interactions with her.
So accused of calling Melissa DeRosa a bitch. And as a result, someone in the executive chamber wants to find out if anyone else has had a negative experience. That's what you're saying.
Well, not anyone else, the specific people on that team, I believe, yes.
The specific people he had interacted with, right?
The people he supervised, yes.
Okay. And that, reflecting back on what happened with Charlotte and the governor, does it strike you as odd that a similar step was not taken when an accusation was made against the governor for behaving inappropriately?
I don't know who else Judy spoke to at the time. But yes.
And wouldn't you have expected that, similar to this situation with where folks were trying to find out whether he had negative interactions with his coworkers, that something similar would have been done with respect to the governor?
Yes.
Had you ever heard Melissa DeRosa call someone in the executive chamber a bitch?
Call one of her coworkers a bitch? No, I don't think so.
Call, I guess, anyone a bitch?
Yes, I probably have heard her say that.
Have you ever heard her call any of her coworkers names, like insulted them? I think you told us yes, right?
Incompetent, yep.
And was Beth or Judy ever involved in finding out if Melissa had treated her coworkers negatively? They would do something similar for Melissa that they were doing about?
I don't know. Not that I know of.
This text message goes on to talk about something about confidentiality. She wants to stay where she is, I think. She should. She will keep confidential. What's that in reference to?
It was decided that it was going to be moving off the floor and over to the Department of Health at the time, which at the time, I think folks beyond an immediate group of people didn't know, so keeping it confidential was referring to that.
Keeping it confidential that was moving over?
Yes.
Why was it being moved?
I believe at the time, both the governor was unhappy with the performance of the health team. And additionally, I think there was a concern about his behavior.
Were there any other concerns?
Yep.
Were there any other concerns about his behavior other than he had called Melissa DeRosa a bitch?
Beth and Judy were handling those conversations, so I don't know.
And as a result of whatever that inquiry process transitioned off the floor.
As I said separately, I believe that the governor was not happy with his performance as it relates to some of the work he was doing. So yes.
To your knowledge, was the governor informed about the fact that he called Melissa DeRosa a bitch?
I believe he was.
Do you have any understanding as to what the governor's reaction to that was?
No.
And do you have any questions about that before we turn to the next topic?
No.
Okay. So after
Jen, can I just interrupt for a sec?
Yeah, sure.
Can we go off the record?
Sure.
I just wanted to ask about how
We're
much
now-
longer you expect.
Hold on.
Wait,
We're now
wait,
off
wait,
the
wait.
record. The time is 1:38 p.m. All set, Council. Okay, we're now back on the record. The time is 1:45 p.m.
Jill, you know Lindsay Boylan, right?
Yes.
And what do you know about how Lindsay Boylan came to be employed in the executive chamber?
She first started with Empire State Development, and eventually, I don't exactly remember the timing. We had worked with her very closely when she was there as the chief of staff, and then came to the chamber to be the deputy secretary for economic development and housing.
Whose decision was it to bring her over to the chamber?
I don't know. It wasn't a decision I was involved in that I remember.
What was your understanding of the governor's role in that decision?
I don't remember being involved in moving Lindsay over, and I don't know that I had a understanding.
When Lindsay came over to the executive chamber, you had a text communication in which says there was no way you could work with Miss Boylan. Why do you understand she said that?
I think that the text exchange that you're referring to wasn't about the position that Lindsay actually ended up taking. I believe it was referring to, and this happened regularly for the operations staff, potentially having her, the governor would often, as a way to show us on the operational, the events scheduling team, that we needed somebody to come in because they could do it better than we could, that Lindsay would come and run the operation. And I think what you're referring to is, or what I took it to mean, worked with me for a long time. We had been through a lot of those iterations of people who that wasn't what they did. She was a policy person. I took it to mean like there's another person who, we're all killing ourselves 24/7 who's going to come in and quote unquote run the operation. Don't remember that ever happening, but that I believe is the exchange that you're referring to.
And you said that move to put Ms. Boylan on the operations teams, that was the governor's suggestion?
Yeah, I mean, that's separate from the actual role she took, but over time, as a way to kind of show us that he was unhappy with whatever we were doing or that we could do a better job, he would sometimes come up with people to say, they should come in and run the operation. She was one of them.
And that, why don't we mark that as, if you look at exhibit 43 in your binder, we'll mark it as the next exhibit.
Okay. Yeah, this is the one that I was referring to. So this doesn't mean the state operation or economic development. This means events and scheduling and.
Yep. Got it. Yep. And in this says her, Ms. Boylan, and MD will be amazing to watch. Who did you understand MD to be?
Melissa.
And you wrote back, her and will be even better. What was this about?
So Melissa, and at some point we went to Cuba, and sometimes we would call him Lizzie Silly. We were the people who day in and day out had to run the operation 24/7. So having one of those, someone come in who that wasn't necessarily, who may be very smart and very capable, but that wasn't what they do, had worked for the governor for, his whole term. And before that, Governor Mario Cuomo. So kind of having someone come in to run the operation who hadn't been involved in it. Same with Melissa, who kind of day in and day out had been like running, I don't remember the time in 2017 if she was chief of staff or what, but you know, we were the ones who were already doing it. So I think saying like, it'll be amazing to watch, and that, you know, I think this situation would be set up so that we would all quickly butt heads, because it, you know, I think we all thought we were doing a good job and like killing ourselves to do so. So the idea that we needed somebody to come in and tell us how to do it better, that's what she's referring to.
And it was the governor's view that she would do it better?
I don't know if it was his view that he would do it better, or if it was a view to set up a situation where there would be conflict and it would push us all to do better. I don't know. But yes, at the time, you know, I'm sure he was unhappy with us for some reason within the operation. I don't remember what it was, but yes.
And prior to Ms. Boylan coming over to work in the executive chamber when she was at ESD, did you ever have occasion to find out whether she was going to be attending certain events at which the governor would be present?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
You know, I always oversaw the governor's schedule at some point, and I don't remember the exact timeline. I also oversaw all the events and all the, you know, often I ran the briefing meetings with the governor for an event. So he was very detailed. We had to be very detailed. He would ask us, he would ask us who would be at the events. We also had to prepare detailed mechanicals of, mechanical is for the briefing book, kind of, you know, key people who would be at events, things like that. So we were always, and sometimes we were never asked the question, but you know, we were always preparing for kind of, you know, who was where, who's in an event, who should the governor acknowledge at the event, you know, where do they sit, all of those things, the kind of nitty-gritty details were something that he was usually, you know, not that he got into like a seating chart, but you know, he would potentially ask any of those questions in a briefing about an event.
So there were occasions on which the governor asked whether Ms. Boylan would be at an event while she was at ESD.
Yes.
And are there occasions where you reached out to Howard Zemsky to confirm whether Ms. Boylan would be at an event?
Yes, I think there was one, yes.
There was just one?
No, I think there was one in the piece that Lindsay Boylan did. It may have happened more times than one for sure.
Okay.
I think I probably also reached out to Lindsay directly and asked her if she was going to events too.
What were your interactions like with Ms. Boylan when she was in the executive chamber? How was your relationship with her?
For the most part, I thought we were friends and friendly. We worked together a lot. Again, most of it having to do with, you know, economic development announcements. It could be like housing or other things in her portfolio, but we worked together a lot.
Did you ever upset her?
Yes, I think that I did.
And tell us about those occasions.
I don't know that there were occasions. I know that there was at least one instance where, you know, I don't remember the exact exchange, but I think you know, I don't even remember the topic. It was something like her either trying to go to a meeting or asking about a meeting or something like that. And, you know, I think maybe I yelled at her. I don't remember, but for the most part, I would say our interactions were friendly.
What about other members of the governor's senior staff? How did they treat Ms. Boylan?
you know, I think when Lindsay came on, she had a lot of responsibility. You know, we worked closely with her, you know, like any, I'm trying to answer your question. You know, yeah, sometimes members of our senior staff got into arguments with each other. And oftentimes we were collegial and working together on stuff. It was an intense environment.
Did you ever see any one of the senior staff yell at Miss Boylan?
I think I was, yes, I think I've heard both Linda and Melissa yell at her before.
Did you ever observe interactions? Let's strike that question. Did you ever see the governor touch Miss Boylan?
I think I've seen him, you know, like take photo. I think I've seen him like if they're walking somewhere, like place his hand on his back if he was behind her, you know, leaving a room or something like that.
Did you ever see the governor hug Miss Boylan?
Not that I remember.
You ever see the governor kiss Miss Boylan?
Not that I remember.
Did the governor have a nickname for Miss Boylan?
I heard him call her Boylan, but I don't remember a more creative nickname.
Did you ever hear him call her by another first name, call her Lisa?
Not that I remember.
Were you ever alone in a room with the governor?
Was I?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you.
Yep. Yes.
Is that uncommon for members of the governor's senior staff to occasionally be alone with him in a room?
No, I don't think it's uncommon.
Yeah. Was Miss Boylan ever alone in a room with the governor, to your knowledge?
She certainly might have been. Yeah.
Did you ever observe or hear about the governor asking Miss Boylan questions about her relationships?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever observe or hear about the governor making any comments of a sexual nature or sexual innuendo to Miss Boylan?
Not that I remember. I mean, I think I said before, like, I think I've heard him comment on her attire, like, that's a crazy dress, or like, what's that? Like, you know, she's like some hat and dress combination, things like that, but.
Nothing other than that?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever been on a plane where Miss Boylan and the governor were present?
No, I rarely travel with the governor. I think I've never been on the state plane or helicopter. I think I've taken a couple of other flights with him.
Do you recall an occasion on which you asked Miss Boylan to ride in a helicopter with the governor and Maria Bartiromo?
I don't know if it was myself or Annabelle, but I remember that occasion, yep.
And why were you or Miss Walsh asking Miss Boylan to ride in the helicopter with the governor and Miss Bartiromo?
Ms. Bartiromo was the MC of our EDC awards, the Regional Economic Development Council, and we needed a substance, what we call like a substance leader person to have on the flight in addition to the governor, in case any questions came up about the awards or anything like that. So Lindsay, I believe both, I don't remember if it was coming up to Albany or going from New York City or going back, but she also was somebody who went back and forth between New York City and Albany. So I believe it was decided she'd be the best person to do that. She was the lead person, I believe. I don't remember exactly, but I think at that time she was at the chamber, so she would have been one of the lead people on the, knowing the details of the awards and things like that should it come up.
Who you said someone decided? Who decided that she should be the person to ride in the helicopter?
Annabelle and I were regularly told we needed to like think through and make sure that we were thinking about, who's the substance lead, who's the this. So I don't remember if I was the one who decided, but I probably was the final decider that she would be the best person.
Was the governor involved at all in those discussions about who would ride in the helicopter on that occasion?
Don't remember. At some point we would have told him our proposal, but I don't exactly remember. We usually generally, if we had, if we were going through like the event details, things like that, we would generally go through, who would be on the, plane, that sort of thing. So I think probably at some point we did. I don't remember the conversation, but we did. He traveled.
Do you remember the governor?
Hold on.
Do you remember the?
Sorry, Bill.
Sorry, I'm just trying to move as fast as we
Yeah,
can.
I know. You move it real fast now, but I don't remember the conversation. But we did what? What was the end of your answer?
We did thousands of events, and generally, sometimes we did the event briefing meeting, sometimes we didn't, but that could be one, it certainly would be one of the questions potentially that he would ask. And if Maria was Brighter was flying, I assume it probably was one of the questions he asked of who's the substance person with me, but I don't remember exactly.
Did you ever see the governor touch Miss Bartolomeo?
Yeah, I think he would, she hosted the event several times, so I think I've seen him hug and kiss her on the cheek.
Anything more than that?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever heard the governor say anything about Miss Bartolomeo's appearance?
I've heard him say that he thought she was attractive.
Are those the words he used?
I don't remember the exact words he used.
Do you remember him making any comments of a sexual nature or with sexual content about her?
No, I remember him, and I don't remember the exact words, but I remember him saying she was attractive. I remember him saying at some point, like, that she had gotten a little chubby.
What about Miss Boylan? Do you ever hear the governor say positive things about her?
Yeah, I think he, yes.
Ever hear him say positive things about her appearance?
Not that I remember.
What do you know about the circumstances under which Lindsay left the executive chamber?
There are a couple times in a period of time, I don't know how many months, where she had quit in kind of anger. I think a couple of times she'd come back. The last time that she quit, I honestly don't remember exactly the issue, but I remember she quit, and I remember her having I don't know if it was I think it was a conversation with Melissa where Melissa like accepted her resignation.
And prior to the last occasion on which she quit, the other occasions on which she quit, I think you said out of anger, maybe you said frustration. What was causing that?
I don't exactly know. I mean, I know I don't exactly know. I mean, I know she had some negative exchanges with staff. I knew of that she was having an issue at ESD with some of her assistants, but I think my memory is the final time she quit, there was I don't know if there was like a fight or if it was just like an argument, and she got mad and quit.
After she quit, did you become aware that she was running for Congress?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
She, I think a couple different ways. She had added us all to her email blast lists, so we were regularly getting updates on that sort of stuff. And she had started to reach out to have like coffee with people after she left. I think she reached out to me at some point, and I don't remember us ever meeting up. I think Melissa also told me, because she had heard it from either a consultant or someone else as well.
Can you look at what's marked as Exhibit 48 in your binder?
Yep.
This is an email chain from Melissa DeRosa to you, Mr. Azzopardi, Ms. Walsh, Ms. Benton, Mr. Malatros, Ms. Lever, Mr. Mahika, Ms. Garvey, and Mr. Ajamian. Don't worry, Bill will get you those names.
Just send me the exhibit. I'll get it from the exhibit.
Great. And it talks about Ms. Boylan's run for Congress. It's from an unknown center. Do you know who sent this to Ms. Boylan?
I don't.
Is it possible it was Ms. DeRosa?
I don't think it was. I don't exactly remember who it was, but I don't know. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was someone in the executive chamber?
I don't remember exactly who it was, but I believe it was an external person.
Why don't you put it aside? What conversations are you aware of amongst the senior staff of the executive chamber about Ms. Boylan's decision to run for Congress?
You know, I think we had I think we talked about it, and her taking on Jerry Nadler, I don't know.
Were you part of any conversations in which it was discussed to reach out to Nadler's team to give them information about Miss Boylan?
No.
Why don't you turn to Exhibit 52 in your binder?
Okay.
This is a text message chain between you, Mr. Rosa, Mr. Azzopardi, Ms. Walsh, Ms. Benton, Mr. Malatros, Ms. Lever, Mr. Mahica, Ms. Garvey, and Mr. Ajamian. You'll see there's a reference from Ms. Benton that says, "When do we release the nuclear crazy file? I'm ready to testify." What was that about?
I don't know.
You have no understanding if that's about Miss Boylan?
I mean, based on this exchange, yes, it looks like it is, but I don't remember necessarily even seeing this, but
Did you have an understanding what was in Miss Boylan's personnel file?
I mean, no, not necessarily. I'd heard about an issue she had with her assistants at economic development. I didn't know if that was in her file or not, or I don't know if that's in her file or not.
When Ms. Benton says, "When do we release the nuclear crazy file?" did you understand her to be talking about the executive chamber releasing Ms. Boylan's personnel file in response to her announcing running for office?
I don't remember reading this, so I don't know. I don't know what she was referring to.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and put that aside. So we talked earlier, the first day of your testimony, about you becoming alerted to the tweets Ms. Boylan made about the governor in December of 2020. Are you aware that those tweets were followed by a post on Medium where she described some interactions with the governor?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge about Miss Boylan's first meeting with the governor at a Madison Square event on January 6, 2016?
No. I mean, we did a bunch of events there, so I just don't remember.
Do you have any knowledge about Miss Boylan's interactions with the governor at a holiday party in December of 2016?
Not that I remember.
Do you have any knowledge of Miss Boylan's interactions with the governor at the New Year's Eve party in 2016?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever travel to Puerto Rico with Miss Boylan and the governor?
No.
Prior to Miss Boylan's Medium post, had you ever heard any of the allegations that she had made in that post?
I don't remember exactly what was in the post. I believe that's the post where she had the email from between Howard and I about the event. I don't remember what else was in it.
Prior to her Medium post and between the time you talked about her tweets with Miss Mogul in December of 2020, Were you engaged in any discussions with the executive chamber about responding to Ms. Boylan's allegations?
No.
At any point, did you become aware that the executive chamber staff members were drafting a letter in support of the governor that contained information about Lindsay Boylan?
I had heard at some point of a letter. I didn't know what it was in it. During that time period, I was really out of the office.
Do you remember who you heard about the letter from?
I believe I had a conversation with Judy where that was discussed.
And what do you recall being discussed with Judy about the letter?
So just to the extent that she was giving any legal advice or you were asking for legal advice, we've been directed by the chamber to assert the attorney-client privilege of the chamber.
Okay. I don't remember much other than her at some point saying there was a letter. But again, I was really, I talked to Judy a few times while I've been out. I don't think she got into the details of it.
Were you involved in any discussions about releasing information from Ms. Boylan's personnel file to the press?
No.
How did you become aware that information from Ms. Boylan's personnel file had been released to the press?
I think in the press at the time.
Did you speak to anybody in the executive chamber about the fact that they had released information from Ms. Boylan's personnel file to the press?
Not that I remember.
Did you do anything or speak to anybody? Sorry, strike that. Did you speak to anybody about whether Ms. Boylan's allegations regarding her interactions with the governor were true?
I believe at some point I had a conversation with Judy, and I think she asked not about that overall, but whether or not that email from me looked like it was the email from me.
Okay. We've been directed by counsel for the chamber that to the extent that Judy asked you about conversations you might have had that relate to Lindsay Boylan, to the extent that she was asking in order to provide legal advice, that we've been directed to assert the attorney-client privilege of the chamber.
Did you communicate with anyone other than Judy Mogul after Ms. Boylan's Medium post about whether her allegations against the governor were true?
At some point, Melissa asked me if I thought that the email from me was a real email, and I said yes. To me, I've asked who was coming to an event was like a routine part of my job. I don't remember us getting into a long conversation I don't remember when the conversation was, and I think it was in and around the Medium Post, and something either that day have. So it was a very brief conversation. I don't remember getting into any other details.
Okay. And that, can you turn to what's marked as Exhibit 75?
Yep.
Is this the email you were just referring to?
Yes, I think this is the one that she has in her Medium Post.
Okay. We'll, in a few minutes, come back to other communications you might have had related to allegations against the governor. But for now, I just want to go through some other women, and you tell me if you know them and if you know anything about their interactions with the governor. Okay. Anna Liss.
I know her.
Okay. Did you ever see? Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll just do for our timing. Anna Liss, we overlapped. I don't remember seeing them interact.
When you say them, you mean you don't remember seeing Miss Liss or the governor interact?
Correct.
Okay. Alessandra Biaggi.
I know Alessandra Biaggi. I also I don't know that I haven't seen them interact.
You haven't seen her and the governor interact?
Yes, sorry, the governor and Alessandra Biaggi interact.
Did you ever hear, other than what you've read in the press, anything about the interactions between Miss Liss and the governor?
Other than what I've heard in the press, no.
And Miss Biaggi, other than what you've read in the press, have you heard anything about her interactions with the governor?
You know, no. I mean, we sometimes had a difficult working relationship with her. We, the administration, not we specifically the governor. But no, I don't recall hearing about their the governor and Alessandra Biaggi's interaction.
Do you know Karen Hinton?
I do, yes. I know her a little bit. We never worked together. Her husband was our former director of state operations. I knew that she worked with him, with the governor, when he was the HUD secretary. I remember hearing a story about her quitting their HUD when she worked for him, but I don't know that I've ever seen the two of them interact.
And what story did you hear about Miss Hinton quitting HUD when she worked for Andrew Cuomo?
Just that, and I didn't hear it firsthand from her, but that, you know, that she basically walked out of a meeting and said, F you.
Are you aware of any interactions between the governor and Miss Hinton involving touching?
Not other than what I've read in the press.
The paper. Okay. Do you know Jessica Bakeman?
I know of her. I don't deal with the reporters, so I don't really, other than I think I could recognize her, and I've seen her at our Red Room events.
Okay. Have you ever seen the governor interact with her?
Just at press conferences. So he's
have you ever seen
standing at a podium, and she's seated at a chair asking questions? Those are the interactions I've seen.
Have you ever seen the governor make comments to her of a sexual nature and sexual innuendo or content?
Not that I've heard, that I haven't read in the press.
What about Valerie Bowman?
No, I don't know her.
What about Lindsay Nielsen?
No, I don't think I know her.
During your time in the chamber, did you ever see or hear about the governor touching, kissing, or hugging a reporter?
I don't think so. I mean, trying to think. And I didn't go to all the press events, but not that I really know of, no.
Do you have any knowledge about the governor expressing a desire to see a reporter more often at a press conference?
No.
There is a woman who has been identified in the press as a current staff member of the executive chamber, and she has alleged that the governor, among other things, groped her inside the executive mansion. Do you know who that is?
I've heard a rumor of who that could be.
And what was the rumor you heard?
I heard that it was Brittany Camiso.
Do you know Miss Camiso?
I do.
And have you ever seen the governor interact with her?
I think that I have. Yep.
Have you ever seen the governor touch her?
Not that I can remember. I don't know that.
Have you ever?
She's come to like our staff events and he takes photos with people, so it's possible in that context. But
Have you ever seen the governor hug her?
no, not that I remember.
Have you ever seen the governor kiss her?
No, not that I remember.
Have you heard about any of those things from someone else other than in the press?
No.
Did you ever see or hear about the governor making remarks about Miss Camiso's physical body, her appearance?
No.
Did you ever staff Miss Camiso to work at the executive mansion on a weekend?
Yes.
Did you ever staff her to do that alone?
I don't know. I might have.
Would that have been before or after Miss Bennett's allegations were made against the governor?
I'm sorry, I don't remember. And like I said,
Were there
like I said, I tried to afterwards be conscious and make sure that we had multiple people, but I don't remember.
Did that always happen? Was after Miss Bennett's complaint, was the governor always staffed with multiple people, or were there occasions on which that didn't happen?
There could have been occasions on when that didn't happen, and I wasn't always responsible for staffing or sometimes aware of staffing. And at some point, you know, late October, November, I start to both go down to New York City and then work from home. So I started to kind of be out of the loop of some of what was happening. So, but as far as I know, yes, I've staffed Brittany Camiso to come on the weekends and to staff the governor. I don't remember staffing her alone, but it's possible it happened.
Do you know someone named Alyssa McGrath?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
She also works in the chamber. She was administrative assistant to Kelly Cummings, and then was an additional person who assisted with staffing and front office work.
Have you ever seen or heard about the governor making comments of a sexual nature or sexual innuendo to Ms. McGrath other than in the press?
No.
Have you ever seen or heard about the governor kissing or hugging Ms. McGrath other than in the press?
No.
What do you know about Ms. McGrath having an offer from the Department of State for a job?
I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar, but it's possible.
I'm sorry, what was the, what was
Were you?
I said, I'm sorry. I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar, but it's definitely possible. At some point, she worked during COVID, was detailed to other agencies to assist their operation, and then he left the chamber. So it's possible.
Do you have any recollection of discussing? Sorry, go ahead. She was looking to move, you said?
It's possible that she was looking to move out of the chamber because I think some of the different folks she worked with had moved to different things.
And what role did you have in whether she was going to leave the chamber?
I really don't remember this completely, but you know, we needed people in the chamber. I don't know the timing. You know, it's certainly possible. I said to somebody if she was willing to work in the chamber longer, that would be very helpful, but I really don't exactly remember.
Did you ever tell anyone that Ms. McGrath could not go to the State Department?
I don't remember saying that. And I often supported staff who was trying to move around and do different things. Like I said, I don't remember
sorry,
the timing,
hold on
but
a second, Jill, hold on one second. You often support a staff who was trying to move around and then we had the phone.
moved to different agencies and try to help them. You know, I don't exactly remember the details of Ms. McGrath and where she wanted to move, but it's certainly possible. At the time, I said it would be more helpful if she could stay at the chamber longer.
Did you talk to anybody at the Department of State about Ms. McGrath staying at the chamber longer?
I don't remember.
All right, so you've told us about conversations with Ms. Mogul and Mr. Ball after the tweets from Lindsay Boylan in December of 2020. After Ms. Bennett's allegations became public, what conversations were you involved in about the allegations of harassment against the governor?
So there was a New York Times article which had me in it. You had mentioned Mr. Ball reached out. I believe I also had talked to Judy and to Peter Ajamian. I think Melissa also reached out at some point after the article I posted. There were a number of folks who called me because they know I'm not used to being in the press, just to see if I was okay. when the New York Times was working on the story, I know that Judy called a couple of times, first to just tell me what was happening, and then to tell me the statement that the chamber had given.
I don't want to know about your substance of your conversations with Judy Mogul. Okay, so
Sorry.
I asked about other people. That's okay. Other than Judy Mogul.
Sorry.
Okay. So
Yep,
far
sorry.
we got Peter Ajamian, Melissa DeRosa. Did you speak to Annabelle Walsh?
Yeah, at some point around that time, I think I did. And I think at some point around that time, I think Danny had also called me, Danny Lever.
Did you speak to Stephanie Benton?
Not that I remember.
Did you speak to Linda Lacewell?
No.
Did you speak to Steve Cohen?
No.
Okay. Let's start with Ms. DeRosa. Tell us about your conversations with Ms. DeRosa after the Charlotte Bennett article.
She reached out to me, or she texted me after that article, and we ended up speaking later that night. It was a pretty brief conversation. She was calling to see how I was and how I was doing. At some point, she conferenced in Annabelle and told me that, I don't remember if she said it or if Annabelle said it, that Lindsay Boylan had sent Annabelle and Danny some email messages saying that were critical to both of them directly. And it was a pretty brief conversation. It was mainly just a check-in conversation.
Was there any discussion of Miss Bennett in that conversation?
No, not that I remember.
Was there any discussion about any complaints against the governor?
No.
So the article comes out and they called just to check in to see how you were.
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to Exhibit 76?
Mm-hmm.
The text message between you and Miss Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Is this texting about the conversation you just described between you, Mr. Rosa, and Miss Walsh?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you said that was the first time she spoke to me. Is it true that that was on February 27th, the first time you had spoken to Ms. DeRosa since the allegations against the governor?
I think I was referring to about the Times article that I was in, because previously I believe I had only talked to Judy and Peter about it. So I think I was referring to that.
In the next sentence you wrote, she needed an airbag, so she conferenced you. What did you mean by she needed an airbag?
I think I meant, I don't know exactly what I meant, but I think I was probably annoyed that she hadn't like reached out prior to the article, and that I really only got bits and pieces of information, even though it included me, from other folks. I think that she needed an airbag. I don't know exactly what I meant, but I think I meant like she added you in so that we, you know, I don't know, in case I was annoyed or something like that, she had somebody else there, so it was like a lighter conversation.
You can put that aside. Then you said you had conversations with Mr. Ajamian. What were those conversations about?
He called me to see if I knew that the New York Times was working on a story about Charlotte. And then to make sure that I was aware of it. And then at some point, he had said that they were all trying to decide how to respond, that the reporters asked questions, something like that Judy would call me. I think I'd already talked to her. And then at some point later, after it had posted, he called me to say that, to make sure that I knew it had posted, see if I was okay. I don't know, I think I said something and it was wrong, which I think he got corrected, which was that that Charlotte said I offered to get her a job outside of the administration, which it didn't do. But that was it.
Did you suggest to Mr. Ajamian that there was anything else incorrect about the New York Times article in relation to you?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Since that conversation with Mr. Ajamian, have you had any other conversations with him about the allegations of harassment against the governor?
No, at some point after that, my lawyers started dealing with them on any press questions, so I wasn't dealing directly with them on it. I talked to Mr. Ajamian after that, but you know, I think mostly like personal conversations about how he was doing and how I was doing. I don't remember talking to him about any other.
And let's go to Miss Danny Lever. So you said after the New York Times article, you had communications with Miss Lever. What were those about?
She called at some point to see if I was okay after that story. That was just a brief conversation. Also asked. She and I have talked a few times. mostly personal, how she was doing, how I was doing. I think one of the conversations at some point, she did say that she was participating in some calls with the chamber. But
What did she tell you about those calls?
She just told me that she was participating in some calls with the chamber, that she was really busy with her, like, her new job, and that she wasn't really sure why she was being included in them. And that was, I think, it.
And the conversations she was being included in were about the allegations of harassment against the governor?
I believe it was about press strategy as it relates to the allegations, yes.
And did she tell you anything else about the press strategy related to the allegations?
No. Not that I remember.
Any other conversations you had with Ms. Lever about the allegations of harassment against the governor and the surrounding circumstances?
Not that I remember, no.
Other than the text message we looked at between you and Ms. Walsh, did you have any communications with Ms. Walsh after the, well, at any point, about the allegations of harassment against the governor and the surrounding circumstances?
I've talked to her. I don't, not many times. One morning, Danny, her and I all talked together because we just hadn't talked in a long time, but not about the allegations.
Have you had any communications with Ms. Walsh about the allegations of harassment against the governor? So not friendly communications about your friendship, but about the allegations.
Yeah. Not that I remember, no.
Can you look at Exhibit 66, please?
Yep.
This is a text message chain between you and Mr. Rosa, where she tells you she has a time-sensitive question. What was her time-sensitive question?
I believe in this case, I eventually call her back because I was at the hospital, and she tells me that Beth is going to be reaching out to, Beth Garvey is going to be reaching out to Mary Beth Hogan because there was a press inquiry. I don't exactly remember on March 4th which story it was.
But it was a story related to allegations of harassment against the governor?
It was a story related to allegations, I believe, yes.
And do you remember who the allegations were coming from?
I don't remember what that story was, no. And she and I didn't discuss it. She just said to me that Beth would be reaching out to Mary Beth.
You can go ahead and put that text message aside. Do you remember any of your other conversations with Mr. Rosa about the allegations of harassment against the governor and the surrounding circumstances?
She reached out to me before the New York Post article where talks about talked about a trip to Israel. I think she was dealing with a press question at the time about, or the office was dealing with a question about some travel logistic, like room assignment that she thought I would remember. I didn't really, and I wasn't on that trip. I don't really remember. I mean, we talked about when she called me. I don't really remember any other conversations than the ones I've already talked about.
And do you have any knowledge about Miss DeRosa and the governor having adjoining rooms in a hotel when they were traveling?
Well, that was the question she asked me, and the answer is no. I don't have any knowledge of that, and that certainly wouldn't have been our protocol. Our protocol was that the state police detail would be in the room closest to him.
So I think we're ready to conclude. Thank you for being patient with me trying to be more quick. I just want to make sure that my colleagues, Anne, Lorena, and June don't have any other questions, recognizing we have 10 minutes. Go ahead, Anne.
I do not.
Okay. June?
Yeah, I don't either. Thank you.
Lorena?
No, thank you.
Great. So as I mentioned at the beginning of day one, we would like to offer you an opportunity to make a brief statement if you'd like to. Would you like to make a statement?
I just briefly want to say thank you for the work you're doing, and also for, letting me share my story. And, I've tried to be, I've been truthful, and I, appreciate all of your time.
Thank you, Jill. We appreciate your time and appreciate you being patient as this took longer than we expected. Are there any answers that you've given to us over the 2 days that you'd like to clarify?
No.
Assuming she can remember all of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. If you do obviously have something you wish to clarify at some point, you should let your counsel know, and they can always contact us. And is there anything that you think you know of that is relevant to the scope of our investigation, which is the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor and the surrounding circumstances, that you haven't told us today?
I don't think anything that we haven't covered, no.
Okay. So we can conclude the examination, and I'll just remind you that, as we told you at the beginning, under Executive Law Section 63(8), you may not discuss the information that we've discussed with you here today and the first day with anyone else other than your lawyers. Do you understand?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And Bill, you can take us off the record now. Or Dan.
All right, we're now going off the record. The time is 2:54 p.m. This concludes today's testimony given by witness 52521. The total number of media units used today was 4, and they'll be retained by Veritex Legal Solutions. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Great. Thank you, Jill and Mary Beth and Helen. Thank you for